So this is Grandia. Um, it is an RPG, JRPG from I think it came out on the Sega Saturn. But I remember playing it on the PlayStation. I know it came out like 97. But I've had a blast with this game in the past. So, I figured I'd go ahead and introduce it to some people. I am going to want to pull up a guide for some certain things. And I'm definitely going to be turning down the game audio here real quick. There we go. There we go. Oh, let me do it a little bit more, actually. It is a little loud. Especially a little loud in my earballs here. It's got a very 80s, 90s anime feel to it also, which is, my cup of tea. Being a 90s, early 2000s kid. Okay. So I have played this. As you can see, I have several hours here in the game. So I'm going to be starting a new game here for us. I'm going to do English audio because it actually is, at least part of it is voice acted. And I'll keep, those are the only settings. So that's about all I can control, actually. And just so any of you watching knows, I do currently, this is at 60 FPS currently, so it's just the kind of hand-drawn animation style. Mm-hmm. 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 So as we go through the game, y'all recognize a lot of this kind of stuff. You will see some of these some of these scenes again, in some like kind of lore heavy sections. Um, and I really love the really upbeat music to this game. It's again, it's very 90s. It's a product of its time. See, I think 97 was a really good year for video games. I mean, they had Grandia. I think Final Fantasy VII came out in 97. Legend of Dragoon came out in 97. So there's lots of really good stuff there, especially RPGs. So
I guess I must have dozed off. I had that dream again. The bastards, they're hounding me. Mullen, where are we now?
It's only been a half an hour since you asked last. You look tired, General Ball.
I keep telling you, Mullen. When there are no soldiers around, you should call me father.
Excuse me, but Lieutenant Lean is still here.
It's just like you to answer like that. But you know that Lean is a very special part of our military plans. Aren't you, Lean? The third excavation of the Salt Ruins is almost finished. I'm counting on you too. Mullen, Lean.
We've assigned an elite battalion of our forces to this excavation. I'm sure that we'll hear good news.
The current time is 13:40 hours. Now passing through Parm airspace. Our ETA is 15:30 hours.
Lean, open the viewports for General Ball.
Yes, Colonel Mullen.
title screen. Boy, that is still sounding really loud. Although it's gonna be loud for, I don't know how loud it is for y'all. It's loud for me. Once we get in here, I'll see if I can change it for, at least for me. Yeah, for the cutscenes, I'm gonna speak as little as possible. Just let the voice actors do their job. You know, that's what they got paid to do, so might as well let them do it. And that way, you know, you guys can get the kind of the context of the story a little bit there.
Hey, you! This'll teach you, you punk! Oh! Justin, not you again. You just don't learn trashing my shed again.
I didn't trash it. Why won't you listen to me? I'm staking my pride as a man and my soul as an adventurer on this treasure hunt.
Shut up! There's no treasure in all that junk. Now you've completely trashed it. Anyway, don't ever hunt for treasure in my shed again. You hear me, boy?
Ouch. That awful man, he never ever understands.
Justin, you okay? That sounded like it hurt.
Oh, Sue, did you see that? Don't worry. A punch like that, nothing to it. For a first-rate adventurer, it comes with the territory.
Right. So how'd it go? Did you find anything in the shed?
Nah, nothing at all. It really was all junk. Must have guessed wrong. But Sue, what about you?
Of course I found something. Ta-da! Here it is, the legendary armor. I found it all by myself. Oh yeah, Puffy helped too. Here you go, Justin, the legendary armor.
Great, Sue. That's the first one. That leaves the Shield of Light, the Warrior's Helmet, and the Spirit Sword.
Don't forget, we gotta get him by sundown or we'll lose. Yuck, I don't want to marry that awful god. You know, it's really your fault, Justin. You're the one that took Gaunt's up on his dare. You'd better take responsibility.
Okay, I know. Come on, let's go show this to Gaunt's.
Puffy, let's go too.
We found it, Gaunt's. The first treasure.
Okay. Let me do this. Nope. I can't change the volume in my game. Let me see. Surely there's a way for me to do this. How would I even go about doing that? Options. No, probably not in here anywhere. I guess I'm just gonna have to live with it blasting my ears. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I really wish I could tell how loud it is here on Twitch. I guess that doesn't sound too bad for y'all. Yeah, you'll definitely have to let me know what you guys think, if I need to be turned down or not. Okay, let me go ahead and talk to him. I don't remember the controls at all. Okay, if it isn't Justin, taking your sweet time, aren't you? First-rate adventurer, Schmedferer. The end of the world was found, and there's no use for adventurers. You're way behind the times. There is no end of the world. Huh? You don't even know that? You, a first-rate adventurer? There's no way you're going to find the 4 treasures before sundown. This duel's as good as one. As you promised, starting tomorrow, Sue's in my gang. I, Gantz, will take her as my bride. No way, Gantz. We got plenty of time before sundown. Hey, Gantz, looky here. Goes the dirty apron to Gantz. You found the legendary armor. Haha, how about that? Okay. Oh, you know what? I know what I can do. I can lower the volume of my headphones so it's not blasting me in the ear. Well, there we go. That's a little bit better for me. It still sounds high. And you know what? It's gonna get. Yeah, I know this game gets loud in combat sometimes. So that looks good there. Yeah. Okay. So, these are our two main characters here. Justin, the boy in blue, and then Sue, the girl behind him. They will be with us for a huge part of the game. Let's see, Port Road. So up at the top right, we have a compass. I believe that the red arrow there is north, whereas, yeah, basically north. The spinning arrow, that shows us our direction to our next objective. Well, not objective. The objective. So, like, if I had to transition to a new area, that would point me in that direction. And there's a way I can switch where I'm supposed to be going. The faster it spins rotates. Well, I guess not rotates in the circle of the compass, but like spins in place. The closer I am to where I need to be going. So let's go. I need to find a couple of objects. I know where a couple of them are. Okay, so I don't think it's here. There's the pot lid. That's the legendary helmet. So the turning of the camera is super important in this game. You find all sorts of hidden stuff. Say, Justin, you think this pot could be the warrior's helmet? Yeah, I think you're right. This must be the warrior's helmet. Hee. Just you wait, Gantz. Okay. Battered pot acquired. And actually, if I remember right, okay, so for Justin, the apron is actually like armor. It is not as good. For Justin, and different characters can wear different stuff. So like Sue here has her Sunday best, her favorite clothes, but she could wear the apron as well. It's just weaker. Nobody can use magic yet. In order to use magic, you have to find what are called mana eggs, which there's a limited number of them. There's enough to teach, I think, every school of magic +2. So effectively, if you miss like 3 of them, you can't teach everybody everything. But there's 3 levels of magic. And then skills. And skills are divided up into categories. So like Justin here can use swords, maces, and axes. This V-slash is one of his skills. In order to learn it, he actually gets, he needs skill in maces. Sue can use maces and bows, or bows are also include throwing weapons. So like, it's basically like ranged. And you can see what moves that they have currently. So like Justin got V slash for having 1 rank in swords. If you get 6 levels in swords and 4 in mazes, he'll learn another skill, and so on and so forth. That's what those numbers there mean. Also, on the left here, next to my head, so for each level in sword, he gets +1 strength and +2 wit. For each level in mazes, 2 HP and 1 vitality. For every level in axes, it's 1 HP and 2 strength. So none of his level ups in weapons give him agility. So agility is how quickly you act. I think wit is how accurate you are. Vitality is basically defense, and strength is effectively damage. Status. I want to say that's what wit is. Actually, wit might also be something to do with magic. It's been a long time. I don't really recall what the stats are. But then the different kinds of magic also increase different stats. And so the magics are divided up into fire, earth, water, and wind. And then they can also combine. So like fire and earth combine to make explosion magic. Fire and wind combine to make thunder magic. And then fire and water can't combine. Then like earth and wind can't combine. Earth and water make like nature or life magic. And then wind and water make frost or cold magic. And then you can learn different spells by leveling up those as well, and they give different stat bonuses as well. For every weapon level also increases your SP, I think it is, which is basically like your skill point, your skill power. So how you can your resource to use skills, physical skills. And then every level in a magic skill gives you more MP. So basically your magic for you guys know what MP is. Oh no, I'm busted. It's Justin. Okay. Wasn't that Tense who just ran away? Too bad he's Gantz's little brother. Otherwise, he's pretty cute. You think so? I guess he's a lot better than Gantz. So I know I need to chase him down because I will get one of the items from him. I think I get the sword from him. The quote-unquote spirit sword. And actually I can go into all these different places too. Look here. Oh, no. Dear Clara, Mom and Dad have gone to a party again, so me and my kitty Chummy are house sitting on the rose-scented balcony. Excitement fills the air. What are you doing, sir? What? Ooh, it's just you, Justin. I'm writing a letter. A letter. This guy will be referenced later on in the game. He is pen pals with somebody, somebody in another country, I think across the sea. Did my mom tell you? My dad is going to be coming back on a ship pretty soon. He brought us a lot of gifts and is coming back from a place called New Parm. Wow, gifts from the new continent of Alencia. Maybe he'll give me something too. Justin, don't be so rude. But I guess I wish I could have something from the new continent too. For the most part, there's not a whole lot of point in talking to most people. Let's see. Okay. This is to the port. How's it going, Dorian? It's going pretty well. Just started a new game in it. You'll have to tell me how the audio sounds because it is insanely loud in my ears, and I cannot turn it down. Hey, you know what? It does look like a shield. Come on, let's pick it up. Hot lid acquired. So we are started a brand new game in Grandia. I've played this quite a few times. Oh, it is pretty quiet? Okay. Good, because it's like I can barely hear my own self think because it's so loud in my ears. I've got my volume turned down in my headset down to 10, just so I can kind of hear. But this game's been a lot of fun. It's a JRPG. A lot of it's actually voice acted. Nice, appreciate it. And my current mission at the very beginning of the game is to find the 4 legendary objects to prove that I'm a first-rate adventurer. Playing hide and seek, huh? What should I do? Maybe I'll rat you out to it. Justin, don't be so mean. But you gotta find a better hiding spot place or you're gonna get found. Let's see. Okay, so I think I have to talk to this guy here. This is all kids, by the way. The guy in blue I'm playing as is Justin. I think he's supposed to be like 12 or 14. The little girl with the purple hair is Magic Scissorhand. That's not a game I'm familiar with. This is a very like 90s anime style RPG. Especially with the opening. Yeah, I think it came out roughly at the same time as Final Fantasy VII and Legend of Dragoon. I don't remember when Chrono Trigger came out. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that one out and see what that's about. Let me go ahead and pull up my browser real quick and pull that up real quick. That way I've got it here. Okay. Yeah, I might have to try and look into that. Here we go. Pull that back up. NES game, huh? Okay. Yeah, I'll have to, like I said, I'll have to definitely look into that. I love playing some retro games. Some of them are way beyond me as far as how difficult they are. Like, I got decently far years and years ago in the original Legend of Zelda, but that was just a game that I could not get as far into as I would like. It was fun, but there was next to no guidance. So I mean, you really had to. I'm trying to get through like the Lost Woods. I don't know how you figured that out without like strategy guides and stuff like that. Back when that first came out, I remember having the there was a Ninja Turtles game I had years and years ago on the NES, and it killed me. It was so difficult. I don't think I even got past like the first level. I think it was just the Ninja Turtles or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I distinctly remember going down into sewers in that game and trying to platform above these robot monsters that were basically one-hit kills, and I don't think you could actually damage them, or if you did, I didn't know how to do it to begin with. It was not fun. And then you couldn't really go up. They let you go up on and travel across the like the streets, but it was a side scroller in the sewers, but in the streets it was like isometric, like top-down view. But you would get run over by a car. Oh, good lord, that does sound like a pain. Oh, that's unfortunate. Wonder how to fix that. Oh yeah, it might be the water aspects. There is some, once I get to this conversation, it's kind of like a steampunk area, so it might be like the sound of like steam coming out of a chimney or something like that. You found the warrior's helmet and the shield of light. Guess you got 3 of the 4 treasures. But don't let it get to your head. You won't find the last one. The spirit sword so easy. Spirit sword, piece of cake, then I win. Alright. We didn't see anything like a sword anywhere. So it's like, I think it's this thing here to my left there, I think is the, like the steam tower. Still hearing anything? Does it still sound like there's audio tearing? Okay, yeah, that's probably what it is then. It's probably, 1997-ish sound effects. Granted, I am playing the remaster of it, so what the hell? Boy, I gotta love it whenever my computer decides it's gonna open up a file folder instead of what I had up there. Let's see. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. It's him again, I better run. Okay. So I need to chase him down. Oh, I know how to get to him. I forgot that there was this. So I have to trap this kid. See, how do I remember to do this? Okay, that's not exactly what I wanted to do. But good luck. It's always interesting to try and go back and play around with old games. 1987. Wow. Yeah, that'll be an interesting play. Let's see. Get this kid. I wish I could remember how to do this. Okay. Go into people's houses. This house. Okay. Hey Justin, did you hear that crazy inventor in South Parm has invented something else again? That inventor won't stop. But it sounds interesting. Maybe I should go see him. You're about the only one who goes visit that crazy inventor guy. Alright. Gantz's house. This is, I think, who I need to talk to. Well, if it is Justin, weren't you playing with my little Gantz? Gantz and the others are down at the bridge by the factory. Right now, we're in the middle of a duel to hunt for 4 hidden treasures. Well, I'm glad you never get tired of playing every day, but don't make trouble for anyone. Here's Gantz's treasure chest. He put a lock on it, so there must be something important inside. Well, that's where the quote-unquote spirit sword is. Okay. Say, Justin, I heard you're playing a game of playing a treasure hunt game with Gantz. You're not going to lose out to Gantz, are you, Justin? I think I can win. Of course, I'll win easy. That Gantz is no problem. Of course, I'll win easy. I thought so, Justin. That away. If Gantz wins, only Tense and Kozuru are going to be happy for him. Everyone's on your side, Justin. Okay. Gotta find a good hiding place. Gotta do it quick or Pippi will find me. Okay. Nothing to do. There's nothing more boring than when you get found in hide and seek. I gotta keep standing here until she finds everyone. Anyway, what you doing, Justin? Glad you asked. I'm having a duel with Gantz. Who's behind this? Sticking these flyers on the walls of other people's houses? Ah, I know. It must have been you, Justin. Huh? It wasn't me. Look at these eyes. Are these the lying eyes? No. I'm the strongest one in all of Parm. You got a problem with that? Then come at me. What's the strongest? I know. It's gonna be Gantz. That sounds like Gantz. Hee hee. Duelist entry, Gantz, Defender of Justice versus Justin the Coward. A hunt for 4 treasures begins. What's this? It says Justin the Coward. Gantz is in for it now. That's right. Why? It doesn't even have my name, or Puppy's name either. That's pretty rude. You're totally missing the point, Stu. Alright. House 5, sure. Okay. I don't need to talk to any of these people. Okay. Okay, so there's a way to get him trapped, I think in here. I don't remember though. Good coffee and beautiful weapon. Yes, this must be what they mean by truthful advertising. It's true that Miss Carolyn is beautiful, but Justin, you haven't even tasted the coffee. The sign says something, but the letters are so small. What does it say? If you're feeling nauseous, please come this way. Ew, yuck. What's the smell? Could it be? Okay, playing all game is the age of learning, must stay digitally or be left behind. Science. Okay. Yeah, I can't stand this guy. I don't like studying either. Bye-bye. Hey, young man, listen to me. Oh dear, what do I do, Sue? I might be moved away. What? Really? Yes, Mommy and Daddy were talking about it. Kansas house. Okay. Nope, not in here. I think I have to talk to... I have to talk to Gantz. Justin, thanks a lot. Anyway, if you get one more, I can go home and take a nap. I guess you're not even interested in this hunt for the 4 treasures, right? You're never gonna find the spirit sword. No matter what, there's no way you'll find it. Nah. Listen close, Justin. The spirit sword is in the treasure chest in my house. There we go. But it's locked, so you can't open it. There's a catch. Where do you think the key is? Hehehehe. Key to the treasure chest. Did I see something like that? Hey, Justin, bet it's simple for an adventurer to open treasure chests, right? If you can't do it, don't you go around saying you're an adventurer. Deal? There we go. That's what I needed. What do I do? What do I do? Sniff, sniff, wah, wah, wah. Hey, what's wrong, Tense? Why are you crying? Sniff, sniff. I'll tell you, but will you promise not to tell Gantz? I can't if you don't tell me. Wah, oh no, Gantz is gonna kill me. Wah, somebody help me. Sniff, sniff. What do I do? What do I do? Okay. Oh, oops. Clicking too fast. No way, I'll tell Gantz. Oh no, don't tell Gantz that I lost the key to his treasure chest. Now I see. You lost the key to the treasure chest holding the spirit sword. How? How did you know? Sue, can you read my mind or something? Teehee. Tense, you're so gullible. Come on, stop crying. We'll help you look for it. Right, Justin? I guess we have no choice. Alright. Nope, that's not what I wanted to click on. If I remember right, it is right here. It doesn't tell you, it doesn't show you though. Nope. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's it. I'm so glad you found it. Thanks, Justin and Sue. Well, what do you know? Tense can't be sweet. I'll never forget this, Justin. Well, I'll definitely remember until the day after tomorrow. Look at you. You were bawling like a baby, and now you're back to the usual tense. Big Brother Gantz told me not to give this key to you, Justin. But you know, I'll give it to you anyway. I can't be indebted to anyone if I'm going to be a man. Treasure chest key acquired. But Justin, you tell him that you took it from me by force, okay? Otherwise, Gantz will beat me up. The treasure chest holding the spirit sword is at my house. Come along with me, Justin and Sue. All right. Going on adventure. This is his house. Did you find the spirit sword? Look for the treasure chest. All right, already. I'll find the right way. Okay. Okay, and treasure chest. There goes, and open, and spirit sword. Wooden sword acquired. All right. So that's a spirit sword. Gantz doesn't even let me see it. Justin, isn't nearly as stingy as Gantz. He would show it to you anytime. Okay. Let's see. Change. Wooden sword, 5 attack versus 7 attack. I'm gonna keep the wooden pole. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Why do you guys keep pulling these pranks all the time? Are you listening, Gantz? Look at that, Sue. Greg is telling Gantz off good. Hee hee, what a chump. We told Gantz to stop blocking the bridge. He really is stupid. It was Gantz who stacked those boxes by the bridge, so let's just act casual and walk by. Okay. Now let's see. Should I go there or should I go? I think right back here. I think this is. Isn't this? Oh no, this is the underground cafe. I thought for a second I thought that was Justin's house, but his house must be across the bridge here. Huh? Wait a second, Justin. Weren't you two playing together with Gantz too? Surely you jest. There's no way I'd be caught dead playing with Gantz. That's right, Greg, sir. We just happened to be passing by, right, puppy? Puff, puff, puff. Of course you wouldn't. There's no way that I, Gantz, would be playing with Justin. Me and Justin were having a duel. What? What's the meaning of this, Justin? But busted. Let's make a break for it, Sue. Ah, we made it, but he didn't have to get that mad, right, Sue? It's just that all the regular things you do are bad. That's why no one believes you. All right.
Hey, Justin! Ouch!
Mom! What did I do?
How many times do I have to tell you? No dirty shoes in the kitchen.
Even so, you don't have to hit me with your tray.
Don't talk back to me. You know the rules of Seagull Restaurant. Always keep the kitchen clean. Come on, I have work to do. Out you go. My little troublemaker. You could at least help if you're going to be in the kitchen.
Hello, Aunt Lily. If you keep whacking Justin's head, he's gonna get stupid.
Don't worry, Sue. Justin's brain can't get any worse than it already is.
Mom! I'm hurt. How could you say such things about your only darling son?
Well, why don't you just be good so I don't have to, Justin?
I've been getting in trouble all day today.
Okay. Justin's living room. Alright, item stash. Whoop. Item stash. Yeah, let's see. Stash. Yep. Yep. And that. Okay. 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 First aid kit. Get some money hidden in here. Waste not, want not. Okay. Okay. And then poison antidote. I feel like I'm missing something. Okay, back outside. Well, listen, Justin, I won't get mad, so just tell me the truth. Yeah, you will. Even if I tell the truth, you'll still get mad. All the time. Don't give me that. Have you ever really told me the truth? Come now, tell me straight. What exactly were you doing today? Mom, getting mad, getting wrinkles. That's none of your business. All right. Okay. To Justin. Yeah. Okay. Got my poison antidote. Got that. Your diary. Today I threw 3 cats into the old guy's yard. He got surprised, knocked over all his potted plants. Feel sort of sorry about what I did, so I've been thinking. Next time, only 1 cat at a time. Yep. I really did think about what I did. Okay. Add money here. Yeah, I'm not trying to collect the money. Yep, not trying to collect the money. Thank you. Nope, not trying to collect the money. Thank you. Okay, poison antidote. Something else here. Okay. Living room. Nope. Okay, so I can't go out. I can't. Oops. Yep, nothing here. Nothing to do. Don't be saying silly things. Just tell me the truth about what you did today, Justin. Wasn't doing anything. Ask Sue. Even I can't. I wasn't doing anything. Ask Sue. Even I can't get into mischief every day, right? Is that right, Sue? That's right, Aunt Lily. Justin didn't do anything bad today. You gotta believe me. Really? Yeah. Well, he wasn't nearly as bad as the day before yesterday. I thought so. Didn't I tell you to tell the truth? I just can't believe this kid. You listening? I don't know what you did, but don't get into mischief that gets other people angry. Come on, let's have dinner. I tried out a new dish. Why don't you join us, Sue? But is it okay to be eating here every day? Didn't I tell you before? You can eat here whenever you want. Both of you come upstairs. Today the curator of the museum came to have lunch here. Funny, he always brings a sack lunch. Oh yeah, he asked me to tell you something. He wants you to go over to the museum tomorrow. He said he wants to return something that you left with him. Hope it's not some of that junk again. You two, don't eat so fast or you'll choke. I've been running so much, I'm starving. That was a real adventure, huh? But you know, my ancestors all had much greater adventures. Look at their pictures on the wall. Justin, is that your dad, the one on the end? Sure is. Someday I'll put my own picture along with the rest. Right next to Dad's picture. But you know, Justin's dad doesn't look much like an adventurer. Don't you think so? He doesn't look like such a big man. Like a nice man. That may be true, but he had incredible courage. He kept his cool in any situation. Can I try guessing what you left with the curator? Was it the spirit stone from your dad? Your dad was not the kind man, the kind of man to lie, but that being a spirit stone. But you know, when I first met him, he always wore it around his neck. It was really special to him. Wow, can you tell me about how you and Justin's dad first met, please? We first met on board a ship on a night with no moon or waves. It was a very quiet night. Did you hear that, Justin? It was a quiet night on the sea. How romantic. But suddenly, pirates appeared and took over your dad's ship in the wink of an eye. Wow, terrifying turn of events. Come on, what happened then? The leader of the band of pirates got a look at that spirit stone that your dad wore around his neck. The pirate drew a sword and said, "Give me that stone." But your dad obstinately refused. Wow, that's just like Dad. What happened then? Struck by the courage of your dad, the pirate leader decided to give up being a pirate on the spot. The pirate that attacked Dad, what was he like? Maybe a strong man of the sea type? Ha 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 ha. Not at all. The pirate was a girl just your age, a beauty named Lily the Skull. I've heard that name somewhere. Lily. Ha! Lily, that's you, Mom? Ha ha ha. You finally noticed. I was pretty young then. I did a lot of things I regret. I never knew you were a pirate, Aunt Lily. But it makes me admire you more. It's embarrassing, so don't go telling all the neighbors, okay? They pretty much all know anyway. Wow, Aunt Lily, so you aren't just a beautiful lady who's good at cooking, huh? When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Aunt Lily. Okay, that's everything I can talk to him about. Huh? Don't you want to eat any more? If you want seconds, we have plenty left. I'm full, I can't eat anymore. That was delicious, I'm full. Say, Justin, we're going to see the curator tomorrow, right? Don't forget. Good morning, Justin. Are you ready to go? All right. Okay. Sue's house. All right. All right. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of fighting yet. Herbs, weapons, everything I have for you up in the general store. think I have any money. Oh, hello, Justin. To buy an item, pick it up, and to sell an item, come talk to me. Okay. So I could buy some stuff. I have 300 gold pieces. Let me look at weapons. I can't afford a different bat. I could get a metal bat. I think I'll hold off. Yeah, I'll hold off. Let me look at armor. I think his current armor gives him 2 defense, so this would be an upgrade for both of them. There's an upgrade for both of them. Okay, that's 180 and plus 160. So I can't get the sneakers and the gloves for both of them. I'd be short. But I could get the was it sportswear for both of them? I'd probably do that. Trade. Okay. Yes, I will do that. And I will do that. I still have 40. Could get Stu a ribbon. Increase your defense even more. I will hold on to the 40 gold pieces. Okay. What's this? Blue Marlin Restaurant. Yep, nothing in here. Alright, so that's back to way I came that way. Inventor's house. Alright. Justin, are you here to interrupt my invention work again? Why not? You don't have anything better to do, right? Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure Justin doesn't bother you. A hair dryer. Okay. So that's a hair dryer. I use steam power to make hot air into drier hair. I keep making prototypes, but they all have the problem of soot mixed into hot air. I don't think that's a problem. Air that's hot will just burn your hair off. Steam engine food processor cuts up all the ingredients for you. The culinary tool of the future. Unfortunately, it's hard to get her to cut only the ingredients and not the cutting board too. Which, as you see, her only drawback is that she cuts up the cutting boards too. Isn't that sort of a fatal drawback? Alright, and then steam engine clock. Telling time with steam power, the ultimate extravagance. Too bad you have to keep stoking it with coal or it immediately stops working. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, I'll have to get an NES emulator and check it out. I'm sure there's tons of old NES games I want to play. I just have to look them up again. Okay. Here's the museum. I don't think there's anything else. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. This is where I want to go. Yeah. Welcome to the Great General Ball Museum, dedicated to the advancement of national archaeology. Yeah, it's. I need to sit down. I really want to sit down and watch like the 80s, 90s X-Men TV cartoon, The Amazing Spider-Man, Batman the Animated Series. I grew up with those shows, so I mean I miss them so much. One of these days I'll sit down and watch them. And then oh man, I don't remember what it was on. I can't remember if it was on Amazon or if it's on Crunchyroll. I remember watching Ronin Warriors as a kid. I want to watch that again. The old I mean, there's something about the old animation style that it's so much better than like anything that comes out today. A lot of the stuff nowadays is overly CGI stuff. If you're looking at like kind of lighthearted stuff. But I mean, I guess there's some pretty good anime too. They're just, it's not the same. And then like the pixel graphics of like the old NES and SNES, man, those were some fun games on there too. I had on, I think it was on NES. Yeah, it really has. Well, and I think there's just such a, there's been kind of a drive to make it more like more appeal to everybody and less like kind of risk taking. Like I know people, I know several people that didn't like Attack on Titan. They couldn't watch it just because of the art style. I guess there was something about like the early art style that they just didn't like, but it was, I really enjoyed it. I thought it fit the show very well. And it didn't have the overly, quantity over quality. Yeah, it has turned into that a lot. How can you make it cheaper? There is some stuff that is pretty good though. Yeah, if you're talking about stuff like stuff that was on Cartoon Network in the last, I guess maybe it's the 20 years ago now. Stuff like what was that show? Squidbillies, I think is what it was. Oh, yeah, Anthem. Yeah. Oh, is Anthem the one I'm thinking of? Where you were supposed to have like different mech suits, and it was supposed to be, they teased it as like an open world kind of like foreign like planet. Trying to think of the other, like an example. Almost like an open world mech based. Yeah. Oh man, I never got to even try it. Yeah, I hate to see that. When you just can't play games at all anymore. That's one of the big downsides of the kind of like the always online gameplay. Or and actually, you know what? That's something I've always been worried about with like Steam, is like if Steam goes away, like there goes my entire library of games. Yeah. That's what I thought it was. Yeah. man, and the initial trailers of it looked so cool. That was a game that I had looked forward to, and then there was just so much controversy and bad news around it that I was like, maybe I won't. Yeah, and you know that's the downside of buying stuff that's that's the downside of stuff like Amazon Prime. Like, you know, you actually Amazon just buying the digital copies of anything. I mean, you're not buying the game, you're buying a license to watch it on this particular platform until they decide to get rid of it eventually. And it probably will happen at some point. But then there's so much stuff that's you can't find physical media of it anymore. Like, you can't find Blu-rays and DVDs of a lot of stuff, which is unfortunate. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't think I won't buy another Nintendo product. I think the last thing I bought Nintendo was a 3DS, and I hardly ever used it. Well, I wouldn't say we're moving towards the worst timeline. It's a bad timeline, but there are things that could be way worse about it. At least in my opinion. I think yeah, and with them trying to the Nintendo thing, like, if I don't think is the Nintendo versus Pal World lawsuit still going on? Last I heard, it is still up in the air, but that was months and months ago, I want to say now. Where Nintendo was trying to patent, like, creature riding and creature capturing and all sorts of stuff like that. Throwing a ball or a spherical object to capture monsters. Like, if Nintendo had gotten away with patenting that just kills creativity in games. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I would say the last I heard was in favor of Power World, but I don't think I heard about anything in October. It was probably earlier than that. Oh, a 3D object. Wow. Wow, that was even more restrictive than I thought it was. Yeah, yeah, I don't know how could you get away with that? That's like if Mario were trying to patent the jump. It just wouldn't. That would be ridiculous. Yeah, I do remember that. Good Lord. Yeah, I'm glad that at least so far it's going in favor of Pal World. Yeah, it's... Oh, I bet. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine the sort of outcry. Like, I want to see how badly Nintendo's bottom line got hit from the public backlash. It makes me wonder, like, who okays this kind of stuff? Like, who thought that was a good idea? You know, that reminds me of Gillette making that commercial back in 2019. Yeah, I mean, and that's unfortunately that's the way that corporate lawsuits go. Is that against anything that's smaller than you? Is that yeah, they're just trying to bleed your money dry. I mean, it's like trying to sue Walmart. Good luck suing Walmart. I mean, yeah, they'll make you go broke. There was something I was just reading about recently too. Yeah. I was just watching a video, and I don't remember what exactly it was over. But they mentioned why you don't want to ever get into a lawsuit, or why like companies force you into arbitration. Because like when you arbitrate a suit with a big corporation, for instance, like Walmart or McDonald's, something like that. Yeah. With arbitration costs, if you were to had to arbitrate a suit with, let's say, Walmart, Walmart would end up having to pay 50% of the arbitration costs, and you would have to pay 50% of the arbitration costs. The problem there is that the difference between, yes, you're both paying the same amount of money. However, you paying half of it is going to be a bigger chunk of your income or your net worth than Walmart paying 50% of the arbitration cost. And so they can try and drag it out, while you get stuck, basically eventually going bankrupt or dropping the suit, settling. I think arbitrations is wrong. You're basically having to give up your right to a trial. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Sorry, I'm just making myself a drink real quick. Yeah, which unfortunately I don't believe ever can occur if it's arbitration. If it was a civil or criminal suit, you could absolutely do that. But that's why corporations want you to go arbitration always, and then they get to pick the arbiter. Okay. How about that statue? It's a new Icarian statue. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, because I want to say Tencent, but I don't think it's Tencent that did Pal World. they're so much smaller than Nintendo. So it's if someone has to settle, it's going to end up being Power World. Who was it? Pocket Pair. That's right. Mm-hmm. You know, if I were Sony, I would almost want to like back up Pocket Pair. Pardon me. Just because if you can hurt your competition, which I guess is Nintendo really competition for Sony anymore? They don't really have the same audience anymore. Not really. Yeah. I mean, you were thinking exactly what I was thinking too. Yeah. I mean, not unless they come up with something. So if Sony good publicity. If Sony decides to push a game, I guess one of their publishers decides to push a game that uses some of those elements, like using a 3D object to capture a creature, or use a creature, another entity to fight on behalf of the player. That might be something I could see Sony getting behind. Making sure that those patents don't go through, because if they let those go through, then that would limit what games that they could make too. Yeah, that's true. And if Sony wanted to, they could pay that price. I don't think Sony would ever want to pay that price, but they could do it. Sony's got the money to do it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Boy. Yeah, and if Sony and Microsoft decide to follow suit after Nintendo, I mean, there basically goes the whole gaming industry. I mean, you'd be really hard pressed to start finding new mechanics for games that wouldn't be able to be patented by any of those three companies. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the idea of leveling up and getting and being able to increase your ability points, to make your character stronger through the use of experience that you gain from from killing killing enemies, health points, a renewable resource to use magic. Yeah, all sorts of everything's off limits. And then next thing you know, you want to buy the newest Final Fantasy. So Final Fantasy 17. Well, that's going to be a $300 video game because we have to pay for all the other patents. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hopefully, boy, I really hope that that Nintendo does not end up winning that lawsuit. Yeah. I mean, that should make that whole lawsuit dead in the water, but Japan law, so I don't know. I'm not a Japanese lawyer, so I don't know why it could still be why it's still allowed to be a case, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe the only thing I could think of is was Power World in early access, or was it a fully released game back in February? I mean, maybe that could be a stipulating point. They could be arguing that, hey, Power World is early, so yeah, it's still early access. So what they could be saying is that, well, it's not a fully developed game yet, so it's still in development. So that's why, even if we push these patents out after it quote unquote launched, then because it's not released yet, it's still in development. Therefore, it should still be affected by these patents after the fact, after we've placed them, because it's not complete yet. That's the only thing I could think of. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I completely understand. I mean, it was in there was a Dragon Quest game where you captured monsters that came out before Pokemon. Unfortunately, what it really boils down to is that Nintendo wasn't threatened by it until they saw how well Power World was doing and how poorly that the Pokemon game that came out at around the same time was doing. Yeah, if Power World had only made a couple of $1,000, Yep, it's exactly right. We gotta hope that the legal system is just. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and unfortunately, if that's the case, I guess it means that we gotta start looking into stuff that's already been out, old retro stuff. Yeah. Well, we can hope for the best. Yeah. Yes, every real gamer is definitely going to be doing that. You know, playing my games on my a very legitimate PlayStation 1 with my very legitimate copies of all my video games. Uh. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it unfortunately, for me at least, after the after playing blue and silver, for the most part, I kind of lost interest in them because it was a lot of the same grind. It was the same. The going to collect the same guys using the same moves over and over and over again. There was not really any variation. And like I said, I don't think I didn't have a regular DS, so I didn't play any of the DS games. I didn't have a Switch. I didn't play any of the Switch games. Seeing the transition from the pixel graphics kind of isometric to 3D was a little jarring, and I guess it was interesting to initially see kind of Pokemon and actually like moving sprites or moving models in 3D. It's like, okay, that's pretty cool. And see him use moves in 3D, which was really cool too. But it lost a little bit of its magic, I think. Mm-hmm. And one thing that always irritated me, and I understand why Game Freak did it this way, was the having to trade like a version exclusive Pokemon, or these Pokemon only evolve by having you know, being traded or having a certain item when being traded or being traded with specific other Pokemon. I know that happened. They're telling me that they made Pokemon DLC. Good lord. Yeah, I'm glad I missed that one. Wow. $30 DLC in each of the last 3 games. Oh my god. How could they not get, I don't get it, because I mean, I know you play Deep Rock Galactic. That whole game is, you buy it once, and there's no, the DLC, it's cosmetic DLC, so you don't have to buy it. Like, how can a big name company, why do they have to have DLC for stuff that they couldn't add in time when, you know, a smaller company like, was it Ghost Ship Games? I can picture their logo. I think it's Ghost Ship Games. I think that's the name of it. They didn't have a they don't really have that problem. I mean, that's crazy. $30 DLC in Pokemon games. I'm at a loss for words. A $15 a month subscription? What in the hell? What? A subscription for what? To do the online fighting? $110. You have successfully convinced me to never play another Pokemon game ever again. You know what? Actually, there is a Pokemon game I will play. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's Poke MMO. It's actually pretty fun. It's not all of the games, but it's enough of the games. It was actually kind of surprisingly hard. I didn't get terribly far playing it, but yeah, they sure could have. Yeah. They absolutely could have. So say I played. I went through like the original like red and blue area, and I realized there's not a whole lot of stuff that you can find to fight that will do well against Misty, simply because her. Oh, I think it's Starmie. Is that the evolved one? It gets Confusion. I think it's Confusion, or is it Psywave? One of the two. That just absolutely decimate pretty much every single grass-type Pokemon up until that point, because they're all poison types. Yeah, that's one of the original Pokemon that always got me confused. I could never remember if it's Staryu or Starmie. That's the evolved one. I think I think it's Starmie is the evolved one. I think Staryu is the other one. I have seen. Well, I don't know about the new Mega Evolutions. I have seen some Mega Evolutions from people up on YouTube, but the new Mega Evolutions. I can't say that I have. No. That's it, huh? Wow. Wow. 2 unchanged legs. How is that Mega? Like, I mean, I remember seeing Charizard, the black Charizard with the like blue flames coming off of him. That was cool as hell. But just to have 2 unchanged legs? Real wow. Yeah, creativity is just like it's just been lost. It's Mega Aerodactyl. I don't know that I've seen Mega Aerodactyl. Boy, this video game stream is turning very much so into just chatting. And I'm kind of down for it. Mega Aerodactyl. Mega Aerodactyl. Oh wow, that is pretty sick looking. Yeah. Yeah, with the black spikes and everything on him. Yeah, that's pretty wicked. Is there? On this, let's see. Okay, let me do that real quick. Storm, there we go. Okay. Mega. No way. There's no way. This is. Did you see? What is it? Suicide Squad. Was it the Suicide Squad or was it Suicide Squad? Whatever the second one of them was. Keep Patrick stripper legs. oh God, that was good. Yes, yeah, that's exactly what they did. He reminds me of the oh man. Oh, good lord. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Suicide Squad. Maybe it's not Suicide Squad. Nope, not that one. Okay, so it's the Suicide Squad. Uh-huh. R. Okay. Okay. Let me do this and this. No. How do okay. I just want the image. I don't want to go to the thing. I just want to do the image. Pull up just the image. Don't go to the okay. Mega Raichu with 2 forms for the DLC exclusive. I'll look those up too here in just a minute. I want to pull up the image of this. If I can. Okay. Let me. Nope. That's not what I want. Nope. Here we go. I want to. Here we go. Nope. Okay, I zoomed in too far. Here we go. I'm going to have to open image in new tab. That's what I wanted to do. Thank you, me. Okay. Do this. Shrink the web page. We're gonna do this. Okay, we're gonna do this. I'm going to, real quick, I'm going to do window capture, change it to here. So here we go. Here we go. I want to move it to, we're going to unhide. And let me, okay, here, I'll just go ahead and do this real quick. This is what I see when I see the, that Mega Staryu. This is the bad guy from the Suicide Squad. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, to be fair, it was a pretty interesting bad guy in the Suicide Squad. It wasn't a great villain, but it was a decent villain, I guess, for the movie. Let me quick check out. Was it, you said Raichu? Raichu. Okay, so Mega Raichu X, Mega Raichu Y. Okay. Okay, this website does not have doesn't have images for it. Okay. Do Mega Raichu X and Y. Okay. Okay. So Mega Raichu X gets bigger ears, and gets a second tail, but it's not a Raichu tail, it's a Pikachu tail. And then Mega Raichu Y gets a second set of ears. And then a mix between a Pikachu and Raichu tail? What? Yeah, the starfish's legs are proportional. That's, yeah, you're right. That is way better than the Mega Starmie. $30 for those. Yeah, no. No, I'm starting to be convinced that was it? I guess it's the Pokemon, or you can't Mega Evolve your normal Raichu at all. Wow. Yeah, I'm starting to think that the Pokemon Company is going all mobile game style with just microtransactions. I guess it's not microtransactions; it's DLC, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're headed that direction. That's sad. That's really sad, in my opinion. I mean, it's... Yeah, it makes EA look like a decent company. And that's saying some stuff. Oh god, EA. You know, I remember vaguely when EA was not that bad of a company. It was never a great company, but it wasn't that bad. And then they just started killing games. Well, they didn't start killing games. They started crippling games by pushing them out too fast. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was the great thing about Pokemon. I mean, didn't even like see, it was Black and White, and then they did Black and White 2. Wasn't it in like Black and White 2 you could actually get every single Pokemon? Like you couldn't necessarily capture them, but you could at least have every single Pokemon. Yeah, I remember that being a big thing with what are the new ones? Scarlet and Violet? And actually maybe the one before that. Where they said, "Oh, we can't put all of the Pokemon in there." So, yeah, you might have a Mewtwo, but Mewtwo's not gonna be in this game. In Sword and Shield? Okay, yeah. Yeah, we know you have your Poliwrath from, you know, Leaf Green, but yeah, we don't have Poliwrath in this game, so you can't bring him over and can't use him. Like, really? That's disappointing. I kind of understand why they did it, because that would kind of get tedious having to input the code for an ever increasing roster of Pokemon in every single game. So I get that it was bound to happen eventually. Still doesn't feel good. Yeah. Well, I would say that's mostly true. I know moves changed from generation to generation. Like, didn't they get rid of? They got rid of Bubble, didn't they? I remember in Red and Blue, I think in Silver and Gold, like the original ones. Before you got Water Gun and Bubble Beam, you got the move Bubble, but yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it shouldn't, and you're right, it shouldn't be that difficult to go through and go, hey, this move does not exist in this game, so take that out of its move pool and switch it with, oh, there's this new move that we're using in place of it. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. It's games aren't what they used to be. Oh, I saw a clip comparing like I don't remember if it was Call of Duty or if it was Battlefield. But one of the games from like 2009 and showing gameplay of that versus gameplay of one of the newer Battlefield or Call of Duties. And just, it was night and day, completely different. I would have swore they were not the same game, like in a line. It was almost like the difference between like Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy 13. As far as like, these are two completely different games. They're different. They're not the same. I don't want to say they're not the same genre because they will both be shooters, but like one's very hyper realistic. Like I think it was the one in 2009. The gameplay was shown was first person. You were on like a snowmobile going off a ramp chasing people. It showed the impact of the snowmobile onto after the jump, and how the character kind of reacted to it, and then being shot at while you're racing after people on the snowmobile. And then it cut to the 2024, 2025, whichever one it was. And it was like you're fighting some super boss with like health pools, and like it's raining down like meteors, like it's a World of Warcraft boss or something like that at you, and you're shooting like laser beams and stuff at it. Like, how are these the same game? I mean, I know they're not both the same game, but they're both what Call of Duty, for example. Like, how? Where did they lose the plot in the? This is what it's a war game. Like, it was supposed to be like kind of semi-realistic, I should say. Like, how do you... It doesn't make sense to me. It's like... I'm not doing a very good job of describing it. Yeah. I guess it's almost like the 2008 game was like, this is Need for Speed, and then the other version of it is, it's not Need for Speed, it's not a racing game anymore. Now it's Twisted Metal. Now it's a death match, and you're going over and collecting guns to shoot the other cars with your clown car ice cream truck. Yeah, realistic graphics over good graphics. Yeah, I think it's part of it. Also, I think another part of it is having to keep things new and fresh and different, and chasing novelty is what it is. And I mean, you see this all over the place. I mean, with Monster Hunter Wilds I think is a decent example too. I've said this in a couple of my streams, and I love Monster Hunter. I love all the Monster Hunters I've played. But I think the loss of the low rank, high rank divide that we lost in Wilds kind of it doesn't necessarily hurt the game, but it doesn't feel quite right. It makes it feel less of a Monster Hunter game, in my opinion. I know why they did it, and I know it makes sense for what they were trying to do with the game, being able to make it to where there's very, very few loading screens and make it pretty much completely, I wouldn't say open world, but one continuous world. You couldn't really do that and be able to have the difference between a low rank windward planes and then a high rank windward planes. It wouldn't work. So I understand why they did it, but it's frustrating because when I want to learn, like, I don't know how to play with the hunting horn very well, but if I wanted to learn the hunting horn, the way I would have done it in 4U and I would have done it in World would be equip a low rank hunting horn and low rank armor, and then go out into the low rank forest and fight low rank monsters until they stop spawning, just to get practice with the weapon and actually learn the weapon. And you can't do that in Wilds because once you get to like the upper high ranks, all the monsters are either high rank or tempered. And so if you want to do the way I like to learn weapons, I would have to start an investigation or start optional quests for low rank monsters. And those don't usually last very long because you go, okay, well, I hunt this one thing. It takes 10-20 minutes to hunt this one monster, and then that's it. Then that's okay, go back to base. Come back to the next mission, load up the next mission, and you're at full health again, yada yada. And I think losing that kind of hurt. Yeah. And then in that the streamlining of it, you know, they got rid of the, you know, once you have 150, 200 iron from mining the nodes in the plains, there's no reason to ever go back and mine those nodes anymore, because that's all you're ever going to get there, because there's not a high rank version of the plains that has different materials there. And then losing out on the story feels very, very rushed, like the assignment quests, because there's no more go out and kill 5 herbivores, whatever herbivores there are there, and then grill 15 well done steaks. Oh. Yeah, and so they appeal to a more casual audience, which, so I kind of understand, but kind of the purpose of Anjanath and that of Pink Rathian they were supposed to be kind of quote unquote walls, and they kind of were supposed to, they were there and designed to be as hard as they were to try and kind of force you to pay attention and not just rush in blindly at those monsters, and kind of learn what they're, you know, take your time, avoid their attacks, learn their movesets, learn their tells, and then proceed to, you know, attack and be smart about the way you hunt. You have a 50 minutes to hunt, and how often do hunts actually go even close to 50 minutes? If it's like it's a non-tempered or non-arc tempered monster, I mean, they just don't happen. Yeah, unfortunate. And I mean, that's unfortunate. It happens. Like I said, I still really enjoy Wild, and I love the fact that you can leave the base camp in the plains, and you can walk all the way through to the far end of the oil well basin in one continuous trip with no loading screens, or no noticeable loading screens. I'm sure there's a little bit of a loading screen in those like transitionary periods, but it's so instantaneous and quick that you don't even notice it. It's almost like just a frame cut. And I mean, I wouldn't ever really consider you leaving the world and walking into your tent to change your equipment or pick up items. I wouldn't really consider that a loading screen. I mean, yeah, I get it is, technically it is a loading screen, but is it really? It's not like a Skyrim loading screen, for example. And so I love the fact that you can, yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. I'm trying to think if there was a monster that I actually had a difficult time with in the main story. Maybe the first time I fought Zoshia was difficult because I didn't know what to expect. And I remember Zoshia hitting like a truck the first time I fought him. But even then, I don't think I failed a mission. I know I failed missions, like outright failed them. Because I know Tempered Gormagala has wolfed the ever-living snot out of me. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be one thing if, like, you could run into, like, the Alpha Doshagama and lead him from, like, the plains or from the forest to the other ones. Yeah. I could see that. Jindahad actually was a very different fight, because to like really cripple him, you can't target his back spines until you destroy the other spines on him, which was interesting. That was a different kind of mechanic. I thought that was interesting. And then also kind of the chasing him through different places. Oh yeah, his supernova. very much like the Elatrion. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the cat now is so overpowered, man. It is ridiculous. And I've noticed that. Yeah, I haven't, but I probably should. Just because it makes it so easy to play with. I've noticed I hardly use items in Wilds compared to World or 4U or 3U. I mean, I would use items all the time in those other games. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the cat is so good. He doesn't. They don't always last very long. I mean, they are pretty squishy, but they can do so many things. I mean, both between the heal where he brings the heal to you, and then there's the heal where he places a heal on the ground. And then, oh yeah, I did see that. I don't remember when they must have done that. What, in Title Update 4? Because I don't remember that in the first title update. And actually, you know what? I didn't play the second or third one, so I don't know. I'm just guessing that it was in title update 4. But yeah, yeah. Well, and then also he has a revive too. So like if you actually do go down, he can res you. So I would say that's 3 heals, kind of. It's pretty bonkers that there's how good the cat is now. Yeah. Especially when you compare it to like the cat in 4 or in World. The cat in World was nice to have, but you having to pick which of the skills that he was using. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, Plunder Blade all day, every day. Or if you're fighting some stuff and you don't need the materials for the was it the Coral Conch or whatever it is, basically the hunting horn for them. Just give you all the buffs. Got free earplugs. I think it gave you it would give you like negate stamina usage, which was fantastic for dual blades or bow. I think it gave you also attack up and defense up. I think depending on what level it was determined if it was small, medium, or large. I'm trying to remember what else it would give you. Oh yeah. Yeah, I never in World and Iceborne I was a bow main. And I played on mouse and keyboard. I don't remember if I told you this or not. But then it's when I started playing Wilds, I couldn't get the keyboard, the hotkeys and everything like that, the controls the way I had them in World. So So I stopped playing bow as much, and now I'm a great sword main, and I play with a freaking Xbox controller, which is super weird for me, but oh yeah, definitely. Actually, um, my normal wild streams is tomorrow morning. I do it 10 a.m. Central Time, but I'm willing to do it at another point in time too. Yeah. Sundays I do Deep Rock Galactic Sunday evenings. Yeah, it sure is. I still do keep bow as my secondary on controller, but I don't use it as much. And I do want to expand outside of that. I've toyed around with a little bit with Sword and Shield. And I played, so in Monster Hunter 3U and 4U, I was a hunting horn main. But then there was something about World that I could not figure out the hunting horn. And I think it was in World, instead of just being, okay, here's the notes that you played, you've got the one nice. Yeah, I'll have to do that. In World they had you could play it, like have up to like 3 different songs queued up, and then you could choose between the 3 of them which one you were going to play. And I've seen some gameplay of Wilds, people using hunting horn, and it's awesome, but I just don't know how to do it. Between like the echo bubbles, and then how they have an offset attack too, which doesn't make sense to me. Like it's not what I would think of an offset attack. It's like an offset song or an offset melody. But being able to use hunting horn would be amazing in Wilds, I'm sure. So I definitely need to load up Wilds and practice with that, and just try and get better at it and figure it out. But I want to say I've seen other streamers in Wilds using the hunting horn and actually like queuing up a bunch of different songs, and I didn't know you could do that. And I don't know how you choose which one you play. So I need to bust out the hunting horn and like practice with it. But that means going on hunts again, like optional quests, I think, to really do it. To do it the way I would want to. I feel the way I feel I learn weapons best in Monster Hunters. Okay. Well, and then you also have your Encore too. And I know different hunting horns have a different effect when they do their echo bubble, which is like what, A in right trigger or something like that. Yeah, I'll definitely have to. I'll definitely have to bust it out and practice. Yeah. Well, and then there's also there's another like key set you hit, like I don't remember if it's like Y and B or something like that, and you do like an extra burst of damage while you're playing the different songs, like note bursts or something like that. I don't remember if that's what it's called. Okay. See, and that's more than I knew. I knew that they existed. I just didn't know. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so used to the great sword offset attack that seeing some of the hunting horns that have the offset song, it having it queued up, which could be really good and useful. It's just having it in your pocket, able to play it almost any time. I can see that being really useful, but the great sword offset attack, it is so forgiving. It is absolutely ridiculous. And you get the great sword offset, you can charge up, so it does I have mistimed it a few times, but yeah. Yeah, they're so good. And it's such a good feeling whenever you go, all right, I'm going to try and cut off this limb, and it's gone. All right, and now I'm going to walk over here. I'm going to try and cut off this tail, and it's gone. Just being able to break everything with the greatsword, so good. And actually, since I got greatsword with white sharpness, I don't think I've dropped below blue at all. I've gotten close. I think it was arc tempered the whale Uduna. I think I've gotten close to I guess it's green sharpness. That's the one under blue sharpness. But it's so uncommon. Oh, nice. I didn't realize the hammer had 2 offsets. That's really good. I knew about the upward swing, but I didn't know the second charge of the charge swing also is an offset. That's really cool. I feel like someone had mentioned that there's more than just the 2, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I heard that Insect Glaive has an offset attack. Is that right? Surely they have an offset attack and not a power clash. Oh yeah. I think you were telling Slit about that. Okay, yeah, cool. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, that's another weapon I need to learn how to play with. The insect glaive. And you know, all the weapons are so cool. I think the weapons I'm least interested in learning are the bow guns. They just kind of, to me, they just like, oh, it's a gun. It's not as cool as the other weapons. Do the plunging attack and take a hit mid-air, then you offset. That's really cool. Because from what I remember, that's a fairly common insect glaive attack to see people pulling off. Maybe that's why. So I know they do that. Their little staff twirl like in front of them a lot too. When they're midair. Yeah. Yeah, it always feels good to offset something like Rathalos midair, or I always loved offsetting Uthuna whenever it does its belly flop. That is such a good feeling. Like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna casually deflect this like 8-ton behemoth whale lizard monster with my sword or my hammer. No big deal. Yeah, it's so good. I mean, it gives you such a good feeling. Or doing, I love doing the power clashes. It's unfortunate that you can only power clash against some monsters. But yeah, being able to, like, you know, hold up your great sword or your shield up in front of Lugiacris, like, it's a giant electric lizard snake monster, and I'm just casually like pushing it back so it doesn't eat me. Yeah. Yeah, I hope so too. One thing I really hope to see, I would love to see some new monsters. I would also love to see some more subspecies come back. Like it feels weird not having the Asher or Silver Rathalos. I mean, yeah, we kind of have a subspecies with the Guardian Wrath, but it's not quite the same. Or the fact that, you know, we have the Fulgur Anjanath and the Ebony Odogaran without the regular ones. But then I also think it'd be pretty cool to have some of the older monsters that haven't come back recently. Like in... Oh... In 3U, I would like to see like the Giganox come back from 3U. That would be pretty cool. Or like the Nibblesnarf. That would be really cool to have in Wilds. And actually, I think the Nibblesnarf kind of would fit. Yeah. Yeah, they are. They're kind of weak, but at the same time, the fact that they can heal their own wounds and get rid of them is pretty gnarly. Yeah, Odogarn was a really interesting monster the first time I fought it, and yeah, he sure did. He is so fast. He's really hard to hit with a greatsword. There was another monster like that it seems like every time I swung at it with the greatsword, I'm just out of range, or he moved, and so I completely whiff. Man, who was it? It was Ebony Odogaron, or the Guardian Odogaron, and God, who is it? Yeah. You know what? I didn't even think about that. Yeah, Jay-Woo's... I hate Jay-Woo. I hate it so much. He's an easy kill, but I just hate him. Well, I mean, when you compare him to New Udra, I mean, it's night and day. I mean, also, I think one of the problems with Jay-Woo is that it's so hard to tell which, at a glance, if he's facing you or if he's facing away from you. Yeah. So you know what? Actually, speaking of Guardian Arc Belt, something that I thought was kind of weird. If you look in your hunters, the monster book, and you look at your kills for different monsters, I think it only ever shows one Guardian Arc Belt kill. No matter how many times you kill them, it only shows one. Unless it's just me for some reason, and it's like it's bugged. Yeah. Yeah, I think one of the big reasons that Jay-Woo is as forgettable as he is because of he's very generic looking. There's nothing about him that actually, from a design standpoint, that really stands out. And like I said, I mean, front and back look almost identical at a casual glance. I mean, as opposed to pretty much every other monster, they all have a defined front and back and all that stuff. Yeah, that's true, but you can also, but you also but it tracks the regular arc belt. I know you only fight one of them. I'm pretty sure you only fight one of them in the entire game without multiplayer, or the like investigations, because I think you can find Guardian Arc Belts out in the wild, out in the world. Man, I'll have to look, because I think I have Hmm. No, you might be right. I would have swore I had Guardian Arkfeld investigations though, but I might be misremembering it. I'll have to. I guess I'll have to look. Sure, if you want to, yeah. Oh yeah. I wanted to ask about Arc Raiders. I watched a little bit of your the Arc Raider stream from oh god, what would it have been last week? I didn't know anything about Arc Raiders. It looked really interesting, like a it looked to me it's almost like a PUBG almost, but not quite. Almost like a mix between like Deep Rock Galactic and like a PUBG, or I'm trying to think of what any of the other ones are. Fortnite, kind of. Okay. Yeah, I've not played any Tarkov style games, so just from the little bit I've seen, and I don't really play any battle royale type games either. I just from what little I've seen of those style games, it's kind of how it felt to me, I guess. Like I said, it definitely gave me like Deep Rock Galactic vibes, where you go out and you spend your time kind of like at a base preparing, and then you go out and do a little bit of something, collect some stuff, and then you go back to base. But less mission based and more like you go out and choose what you're going to collect on your own, kind of. It seemed like it was pretty interesting, though. Oh, I guess kind of like the hunt. Huh, interesting. Yeah, when I was looking the other day, I only had one. And I was sure that I had hunted more than just one Guardian Arc build. And the only reason I happened to look is because when I was playing Wilds the other day, oh, what would it have been? Must have been last Saturday. Just on a whim, I happened to like notice in the background on in your hunter's log, on the different monsters, they actually have like an actual sketch behind the little icons of the monsters. And I had initially noticed it when I was loading up a quest. I don't remember what I was going to hunt. I was like, oh wow, that's really cool. And so I started looking at all the different monsters, their art in the background. And that's what, brought my attention to it. Really? Not even the optionals? Interesting. Okay. All right. Interesting. I'm gonna take a quick break and run to the restroom real quick, and then I'll be right back.
A few minutes later.
All right. And I'm back. All right. So finally, we get some combat. Okay. Let's do this. Let's see. Tactics? Nope. What is... There we go, that's the button. That way. Ah.
All right, we won!
Hmm. Auto, okay. I assume probably you can also only do the assignment quest one time, probably, right? Like in other Monster Hunters, I would imagine.
Pretty easy, right, Puppy?
Oh, nice, nice.
Hip hip hooray!
What a cinch!
Pretty easy, right, Puppy?
And so begins the typical JRPG grinding.
Pretty easy, right, Puppy?
What a cinch.
Pretty easy, right, Puppy?
Okay.
Pretty easy, right, Puppy?
Okay. Okay, gold. Let me do that.
Face slash.
Okay. Yeah.
What a cinch.
Welcome back. Yeah, it can be. It can also be super complicated. So, like, here's a combo. So, combo will do 2 attacks, and it's pretty quick. Critical, these have 2 different uses. Critical will do a single attack. It's usually a little bit more damage. So I'll show off. He's here. I can see, you know, this is the name of the creature. This is HP. This is what it's about to do. It's defending. And your basically your combat turn order is there in the bottom, but it's kind of a mix between like ATB and turn order. Because once I do, you have different stages. The big wait stage, and you can see who's next. And like this guy here, because at the bottom right there, the purple-haired girl there, her icon's flashing blue. That means that this guy here, his attack action is going to target her. So in this case, what I can do is if I go critical and I attack him, if I get my attack off before he can start his action, I can interrupt him and cancel his attack. And then everybody has there's 2 different ways to defend, either enduring or evasion. So when I evade, depending on what my move stat is, I can move to different locations on the field. And if I don't have enough movement to make my attacks, then I don't get to make my attacks. And say this guy here and that guy there, they both have sparkles around them. That's because they're doing a special move. So what I want to do is actually, I want to, again, critical and do that. And see if I can interrupt their attacks. Okay. So there I had a counter and a cancel. So, yeah, it's interesting. And so then you have SP, which is what you use for your moves, and then you have different levels of magic for the different levels of magic when you get them. There's a lot to go into it. You level up your different weapons individually. So like Justin can use swords, maces, and axes. And you level, they each level at different rates, or not different rates, but they each have their own level. And in order to unlock a new move, you might have to have, I think to unlock his next move, I need level 6 in swords and level 4 in maces. And then each level in those also gives you different stat increases too. And then the same thing goes with the magics. And so different characters use different equipment. And 2 characters with both like swords and maces won't necessarily have the same moves when they level up too.
All right, we won.
See here, the amount of experience you gain for your skill in like weapon there, Justin got 30 and Sue got 15. It's based on the number of times you actually hit with your weapon. And I don't remember what the formula is. I think it's something like +5 experience per hit. And then once you reach 100 experience, you level up and it goes back to 0. Or it goes back to whatever the remainder would have been. So you're never really losing out. So like, here, move. Yeah, moves. Yeah, 6 swords and 4 mazes is Justin's next move. And unfortunately, nobody knows any magic. Because in order to learn magic, you have to get what's called a mana egg. Which I don't think I would find one for quite a while. There is no map, so you have these points here, which will give you kind of a bird's eye view of an area. So you might be able to spot like where items are sitting on the field somewhere. And kind of get a little bit of your bearings. And then to determine if you have the initiative, if it's normal combat, or if it's like a if the enemy has initiative, determines like where in the party you run into them. So, for example, if you can have up to 4 party members, and they will be following you in a line. So, if the enemy then hits the last person in line, they get a back attack, and so you'll end up being at the very start of the wait timer, like where bug number B there is, while the enemy will be like where Justin and Sue are on the chart. And there are technically no random encounters whatsoever. Every enemy you see will be on the map, and they have a sprite, which is really cool. It's like that one there. I should have initiative here. Yeah, my initiative. Since it wasn't flashing red, so it didn't realize I was there, and I attacked it I ran into it from behind. Oh, and then I missed my attack. And because he got so far away, I ran out of movement to get to him. Then, well, let me see here. Moves, not magic. There was something I wanted to show off, and now I don't remember what it is. Oh, there we go. There's no like tents or anything like that. So any save point you run into, you can. One of the options there is to recover, which will fill up your HP, your SP, and your MP. So it makes certain like grinding it very easy. Because I think when you recover, also it respawns the enemies too. And this is one of those games where you definitely need to grind up your skill levels. I don't remember what the look command does. Oh, it's literally just, I want to look at all the different stuff on the map. Magic items, tactics. Yeah, you can set up tactics, so play all commands, Yeah, you can set like generic, hey, I want you to do this. Oh. Didn't mean to do that. But yeah, if you hit party text, apparently it just goes through your whole party and does whatever you set them to do. And then you can cancel it at any time by hitting the B button. So if you just want to, like, for instance, grind up your weapon skills, you can do that. And I think you have to do that each time you get into combat. So.
All right, we won.
Some of the bosses are pretty cool in this game. I vaguely remember a multi-headed dragon, like Tiamat's, like 5 different heads, different elements, and they do different things. And depending on you got to kill them in a certain order, otherwise, like, the purple one will heal, and then the green one will poison you all. So which one do you kill first? And it's a decently long game, actually. I think when it came out on the PlayStation, it was 3 discs.
Pretty easy, right, Puppy?
Characters have their own list of items in their inventory. I think they can all use the same items in combat. 2 sweets, banana, wound shot. Yeah, I think they can all use the same combat items. I'll find out here in just a second. No, they don't. So depending on who has what items in their inventory, can be very important.
What a cinch.
Yeah, like I said, I've had a blast with this game. I've beaten it once. I'm gonna put that on you. I've beaten it once a long time ago. And then the playthrough I was going through a couple years ago, I had like 40 or 50 hours into it, and I'm still maybe somewhere in the second disc. So there's a ton to go along in this game. Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely put that on my list of stuff to try. Once I get my completely real and legitimate Nintendo Entertainment System up and running. Yeah.
All right, we won.
This game gets that way too. It's especially later game. You will rarely use your regular attacks in the late game. Counters have two styles between actual fights and then Overlord encounters. Oh, okay. That's interesting. You don't usually see two different encounter styles, especially in an older game like that. Oh. There's also a star rating below your moves here. The more often you use them, the more it fills up, and I think it gets up to like 5 stars, and that determines the speed at which you activate your abilities.
Pretty easy, right, Huck?
Yeah, you know, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, that's old Legend of Zelda for you, too. Oh, nice. Another weapon. Oh, definitely equip that. Actually, I could probably equip the sword. So I need to get that to level 6. Yep. Okay. Just checking to make sure I'm not missing anything, which doesn't look like I am. All right. Next area. Yep. I think I'm gonna try and get through these ruins before I go ahead and call the stream. Or at least end this game anyway. What could that curator be thinking? Let's let us the children. Don't worry about that. Just let us in, okay? Oh well, you can go in.
Attention! Soldiers forward! Salute!
Listen up! the way from the new continent. We won't tolerate failure. Be sharp out there.
Meet at the stage on level 1. Call roll by regiment as soon as you arrive, and stand by for orders.
Attention! Fall in! Right base, march! Double time! Say, Saki. It was your troops who made us late. Aren't you a little lax on discipline?
Don't give me that, Nana. The last time they were late, I made them all give me 3,000 squats.
Oh, Saki. You're such a muscle flare. I'd make them go without rations for 100 days.
Oh, Mio, you're too kind. If it were me, I'd give him 5,000 lashes. Then I'd pickle him in brine and give him 100 days in the brig.
That would kill him.
If Herr Mullen were to get wind of that, he'd have your head.
No problem. I just swear him to secrecy, and Herr Mullen would never be the wiser.
Come on. We need to get going too. Or we'll be late for the rendezvous.
Right, Neo. If we were to be late, it'd be hard to discipline the troops.
You can definitely tell that this game is a product of its time. I mean, just with those three commanders, I mean... stereotypical female bad guys. Don't remember if there was anything up here. See anything? All right. Oh. How could children here? How'd you get into the Salt Ruins? Say, the ruins are underground, right? Can I see them? Take us there. How suspicious. Who are you? I show no mercy, even to kids. Now, answer. We came to visit the Salt Ruins. Look, we got a letter of introduction from the curator of the Ball Museum. Letter of introduction? This? I guess it does look real. See, we're not suspicious at all, so take us underground with you. Underground, huh? Alright, but first, just show me that letter of introduction. Letter of introduction given. Yikes. Oh no.
Bye-bye.
See? No more letter of introduction. Now you twerps are illegal intruders, maybe. That's right. Now we must catch the intruders, torture them, and execute them. But since you're children, we'll overlook this just once. Leave the salt ruins at once. Come, let's go. Saki, Mio, there's no time to be bothering with these kids. How awful. Who do they think they are? Anyway, Justin, oh well, let's just go home. No way, Sue. An adventurer can't back down now. Go ahead and save. There, yes. Cover. Oh, you can get a hint too. They practically told us that they're secrets. An adventurer can't ignore that. Oh, Justin, but you know, I thought it'd come to this. Okay.
Garlisle Force, Mullen Company, fall in. Face forward. Salt Ruin Special Survey Team. Roll call. Squad leaders, front and center.
Sergeant Nana, leader of the Bloody Rose Squad reporting.
Sergeant Saki, leader of the Lightning Star Squad. All men accounted for.
Sergeant Neo, leader of the Desert Moon Squad. All men present.
Colonel Mullen will now address the troops before deployment. All soldiers, listen carefully.
Yes, Lieutenant.
My dear soldiers, our squad will now commence the final excavation of the Salt Ruins. Operation Yggdrasil is entering the final stage. Now we only have to find the last remaining piece. I needn't remind you that the depths of these ruins are dangerous. You may even be risking your life. However, this is our time. You, the Honorable Garlisle forces, will bring a great boon to humanity. Go! You, the elite of Garlisle, will open the door to the wisdom of the ancient Angelo civilization. I am counting on every one of you.
Yes, sir! Bloody Rose Squad, you take the east. Lightning Star Squad has the west. Desert Moon Squad, take the south. You have your assignments. We're counting on you. Good luck.
Yes, Lieutenant.
The time is 15:06 hours. All squads have begun operations.
Lean. You've also become quite an able aide-de-camp.
Huh? Oh, thank you, Herr Mullen.
Well, let's get to work ourselves. Let's go, Lean.
Yes, sir.
Justin, you hear that? Sure, sounds like something's here. Let's go, Sue. Okay. Money. Ooze. I guess I'll fight the ooze. Okay. Okay. Hey, you see that? That was Colonel Mullen in person. Wow, I finally saw him in person. What could there be in such a out-of-the-way ruins? Hey, you hear, Sue? Sounds like something incredible is happening. All right. Okay. We'll go here. Trying to remember how to get that. So I think that's a no, that's not a mana egg. That's something else. What is that? Okay, some oozes. Oh, it's more than I thought it was. Let's go ahead and knock out that. Go ahead and that one.
Don't do it!
Face slash!
Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay. And then there was money there. Okay. And there. Rune ring. Okay. That could do. Equipped. 2 action, defense, slows like loss. 2 defense, 1 defense. I'll hang on to it. Okay. What else is this way? Oh, there's them. She's such an eyesore, that lean. Why does she have to come along? Just when we got duty that gets us close to Herr Mullen, she has to come spoil the mood. Yeah, she's always been next to Herr Mullen. She just galls me. According to my calculations, Lean's career as an aide-de-camp is almost over. Mio, are you plotting something? Maybe thumbtacks and Lean's boots? Oh no, a much more cunning plan. I put something in her food that will make her hiccup incessantly. I love it. Herr Mullen is sure to look at Lean differently when he sees her squawking like a goose. Yep, their evil plan involves making somebody hiccup so that their crush can't stand the look of them.
Pretty easy, right, Huff?
And money. What's going on? I shouldn't have teased those cute girls when they entered the academy. Did something happen? I started at the same time as those sergeants, but all of them got into advanced courses. Now they outrank me. Those 3, huh? Okay, no objects. Yes, you are not wrong. Oh. But we don't want any more failures like last time when you tried to make her sneeze incessantly. That was your fault, Nana and Saki. When you put it in Air Mullen's food by mistake, right? Well, it can happen to anyone. Anyway, this is words good today. This is the demise of that woman, right? Oh ho 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 ho. All right. That looks like boots over to the right there. What? It is boots, it looks like. I just don't get it. Everything we find is junk. Can this stuff be worth anything? Just cut that out. You want to get demoted and stuck on guard duty like those guys up top? You heard the Colonel. Save everything we find. No one wants your opinion. I'm sorry. I went too far. Let me go collect. Too good to be true. It was too easy. Why do elite troops like us have to be excavating in a place like this? Yeah, I know what you mean, but we can't be careless. After all, even Colonel Mullen said it was a dangerous duty. Hey, did you hear? They say there's some strange statue in the deepest depths of the ruins. Yeah, but I have no clue what there might be beyond that. I've heard stories of ghosts. Ah, perhaps. I was wondering why the Colonel would come out here himself. Hear that, Sue? Mysterious ghosts deep in the ruins. Yes, this is just so exciting. Alright. This way. Alright, more people. I think that newbie back there is okay. He beamed himself pretty bad. I'm worried, but it was clearly his own fault, going alone into the depths of the ruins. Colonel Mullen told him so many times that you never know what is going to happen in the ruins. I don't quite know, but it looks like there's danger ahead. But I'm okay with that. Okay. There's my shiny boots. Oh, they're shiny shoes. I was close. There we go. And actually, let's go ahead and equip. Okay. Yeah. Give you shiny shoes. Your move goes up. Yeah. Okay. Oh, bats. Baby bats. Oh, these baby bats are tougher than I thought. They only have 18 hit points.
All right, we won.
You know, I say that, and then Justin all of a sudden whips out the high rolls. All right, more money. More money. Okay. I didn't even realize I could sneak through there. That's awesome. All right. Save point. Cover. save. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know which would be worse. Constant hiccuping or constant sneezing. I think that sneezing would probably be worse. I've had some sneezing fits in my days that where it just would not stop, and it was absolutely agony after a little while. Felt like my ribs were going to break. Okay, money to the right. There's a chest somewhere up there to the left. Although the eye drops is probably the worst of all three. Okay. Okay. Old armor. All right. Let me probably equip armor on him. 4 defense, 4 defense. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the worst part about the hiccups is getting your speech interrupted. But yeah, having the rumblies is never a good sign. Oh boy, 6 bats, huh? Okay, leveling up. Go. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. Revives fallen friend. Okay. Okay. There's bats here. All right. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Yes, that's what I wanted to do. Okay. Right. I think that move was just a little overkill.
Face slash.
Yeah, just a little overkill. I think that wasn't sleep status. What was that? Well, you know what? Actually, that may have been sleep. It's been long enough since I actually played the game that I don't remember. Take out you. Nice, a weapon. Okay, take out the bats. Yes, yes, Bill was very good at using that status effect. Particularly on women.
Pretty easy, right, Puppy?
Yeah. I would have to agree with you. Oh, kidding me. Okay, so I didn't need to go that way. Okay. All right, so there's a save point up there. So actually, that's the way I do need to go up there. Let me go ahead and kill these slimes. So I recognize Darkrai. I'm pretty sure that's a Pokemon. So I'm guessing Giratina is as well, right? And in context, they're pretty bad Pokemon, I'm guessing. Yeah, the antimatter Pokemon. Yeah, that would cause some issues if you cuddled with it. But yeah, you're probably. I would have to agree. I would rather do that than hang out with Bill any day of the week. I definitely do not want any of them pudding pops. Destroy the world by existing. That's impressive.
Pretty easy, right, Puppy?
Your very existence destroys the world. But hang on. It's a Pokemon, so that implies that like 12-year-old can catch it. So there's a Pokemon that can destroy the world by existing, and it can be in the hands of a 12-year-old. That sounds like a wonderful idea. What could possibly go wrong? Boy, there's an awful lot of Pokemon lore that I am not privy to. And I remember when, you know, it was like, go catch these things, these monsters, and make them fight. And oh yeah, there was maybe like a war at some point. Maybe that's why there's no adult men around at all, unless they're old men. This way. Got a time of space, antimatter, and just plain God. Okay, let me see if I remember right. So it was red and blue, and I guess yellow, and then gold and silver, and then what? Ruby and sapphire, was that generation 3? And then what? Diamond and platinum. That was 4th generation. So in four stories, after 3 stories, they ran out of stuff and went, "Hey, we're just gonna let you catch God." Okay. Sure, makes sense. What could possibly go wrong, huh? Oh, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Or 3 of them. Interesting. How in the heck do I get back here? Here we go, here we go. All right. Nothing happens. It's quite suspicious, though. Very unnatural to be just a statue. I think it's best to report to Air Mullen. Ruby and Sapphire, you can catch the gods of Earth and Sea, and then Emerald is the god of Sky. Okay. Okay, so were Ho and Lugia, they weren't gods, were they? They were just like super birds, right? Because Mew definitely wasn't a god. Oh, it's not. You know what? That would add up, yeah. Because he resurrected those the 3 beasts to make was it Entei, Suicune, and Raikou? Is that what the electric one's name was? Raikou? Okay. Yeah, it was supposed to be the original Pokemon or something like that, but so if there's God, then does that mean that the god Pokemon created Mew? Okay, so Mew predates Arceus. Okay. Boy, that makes no sense. Sure, okay. I'll just go with it. Sure. Oh, I forgot to save. So because Mew is the origin of all Pokemon, then Mew somehow created God. And then God created everything else? Huh. Yeah, this is a lot more than I knew about. The only thing I knew about was I guess it was with Kanto. Is that the I don't want to say nation, but like the region of Pokemon Red and Blue? It's presumed that there was a war and that they lost, and it's only referenced by like Lieutenant Surge, for referencing that he used Pokemon, or electric Pokemon saved him in the war, and he's one of like 3 adult like fighting age males in the whole game that are not criminals. Huh. Okay. So we have confirmation that aliens exist in the Pokemon universe. Huh. Yeah, I'm getting that there's a lot of overlap and who knows what in the heck's going on. A lot of conflicting information. Also, I seem to remember. Oh, there was a fire type Pokemon that, if I remember right, its Pokedex entry said that it was like it burned at like 10,000 degrees Celsius or something like that, which is hotter than the surface of the sun. Mag cargo, yes. The fire slug thing, yes. That was it. Yep. Like, Yeah, so you just have this random fire slug. Sorry, I guess the Mad Cargo was the snail, not the slug. And yeah, it's just, there's a whole bunch of them, and they just burn as hot as the surface of the sun, or hotter than the surface of the sun, on Earth, and are somehow not igniting everything in like a miles and miles radius. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure. And Celebi can hop through entire timelines as alternate selves in each timeline. You're telling me that Back to the Future exists in Pokemon? And he causes volcanoes to erupt with a single bark because it's dog. Also, doesn't it start with the move Roar? Wouldn't that like cause tons and tons of volcanoes to erupt all at once? Like how are these things like not hunted down and killed by people? Like the world civilization shouldn't exist with these things around. Yeah. I mean, not just Hawaii. Also, you know, there's what Mount St. Helens. What's that in? Is that in Montana? I think Mount St. Helens is in Montana. Hey, how's it going, Trout? We're having a semi-just talking stream. Yep, the Ring of Fire, you know, that encircles the Pacific Ocean, and then there's like all of Alaska, the Alaskan islands there. St. Helens in Washington State. There's one in Montana, isn't there? Yeah, I think Yellowstone's in like Montana. In Yellowstone, is it Yellowstone or is it Yosemite that's in a couple of states? Yellowstone's the state park that's in a couple of states. Yeah, so, you know, legendary fire beast dog thing, you know, barks a couple of times and there goes the world pretty much, right? Yeah. Ooh, what does this button do? Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, what is this way? Okay. Okay. Way. Oh, I forgot about the faces. Yeah, yeah, that sounds right. And didn't like, was it Pidgeotto or Pidgeot? Doesn't it fly at like Mach 10 or something like that? And it's just like a pigeon. Yeah, yeah. Well, then you also have fungus that take over creatures' minds, Paris and Parasect, which are basically zombies.
Welcome, he who holds the Spirit Stone.
Did you say something, Sue? Didn't say nothing. Yikes, cool.
Eek! What was that?
Welcome, he who holds the Spirit Stone, symbol of the promise between the humans and the spirits.
Who are you?
I hope nobody's in a dark room.
I am Liete of Alent. I have lived through and inherited the history of Angelo.
If you are, I'm very sorry.
What? What's going on?
We're gonna fall!
Don't be scared. This is the land you live in, when seen from the height of the stars. Come, please tell me. What were you seeking when you opened the door?
Gee, you're, sort of putting me on the spot. Hey, how did you know that I have a Spirit Stone?
All power is born from the light of the Spirit Stone. Without it, the door of Angelo does not open.
But Angelo is just a mythical world.
It is no myth. The stone that you hold is the ancient symbol of the promise between the humans and spirits. Look. A world created by an eternal promise between the light of the spirits and the wings of the Icarians. This is the world of Angelo. The light of the Icarians and the grace of the spirits will not wane, lest all of the stars sparkling in the sky turn to embers. Ever since receiving the blessing of the spirits, the people unyoked themselves of the original restrictions and began to walk along the path of evolution. The light of the Icarians and that of the Spirit Stones are the symbols of peace in this world.
The spirit stone that you hold should really stay always with an Icarian. Say, Justin, doesn't that sound a lot like what's written in the myths of Angelo? I thought so too. If so, then how are the myths related to the Angelo civilization? Liete, is that your name? Please, tell me, are those myths true? Please tell me, Liete, are the myths of Angelo true? One who desires one answer to one question, or many answers, must head for a Lent. Do you desire my many answers? I've got lots of questions. If you desire many answers, then you must leave on a long, long journey towards a Lent, ever toward the east. It's always the east. In your long journey, you may lose your way. However, the light of the Spirit Stone is sure to lead you to the right way. As long as you have the Spirit Stone, he who has the Spirit Stone, if you desire many answers, head for a Lent. Toward the east? A Lent? Could that mean you want me to cross the sea and go to Alencia, the New World? Liete, what is a Lent? Will I be able to meet you in the New World, Liete? If I go to the New World, can I meet the real Liete and real Icarians? Wait, Liete. Don't forget, the light of the Spirit Stone will lead you to Lent. Now, go. I am Liete of Lent. I am the one to wait for eternity. She's gone now, Liete. Ah, we saw lots of things, but it almost feels like it was all a dream. Uh-huh. That was really like a dream. Justin, that light. Did you see the light? What's that? The Spirit Stone. It's shining. Incredible. That's incredible, Justin. It is real. That's right. This is a real Spirit Stone. Yeah. Yeah, main character asks all the questions anyways. And gets zero answers because he's not gone to the east yet. Liete and everything we've seen is no fairy tale. It's all real. You're right, Justin. I've decided. I'm going to Lent. I'm going to meet the Icarian. I'm going to discover the Angelo civilization and surprise everyone. And then... Oh, wow. Anyway, I'm going to Lent for sure. The only one who can do it is me, the adventurer Justin. Yes, I'm going to show them. Yeah, you know what? That would have been real fitting, wouldn't it? Okay. Who goes there? Yikes, we're busted. What is a child doing here? Where did you come from? Lean, go secure the exit. Yes, Colonel Mullen. I have many questions for you two. Don't think you can get away. Well, what do we do? Justin? I'll figure out something. If you do not answer truthfully, know that your life is in jeopardy. Colonel Mullen, they're just children. Please, nothing rash. Amazing. This grown man pulled a sword on a 12-year-old. I understand, but one who makes a fool of me, even a child. This man, he's serious, Justin. His eyes are not smiling. First, tell me your name. Yeah. Well, you gotta tell the truth. I can't tell him I'm Alexander. She just called me by name. So you decided to answer truthfully. The girl there has been calling out your name. Now be prepared before you answer. Continue your foolish obstinacy, and that girl will die too. Colonel Mullen. It's unavoidable. In the line of duty. My boy, remember that this girl's life is in your hands. Did you open the door into here? I guess I did open it. My, is that so? But neither the adventurers nor our men could open it until now. Now I shall ask you another question. I think you're expected to answer the not the truth right away. I'm not entirely certain. That's the only thing I can guess. What exactly did you see in the depths of these ruins? Okay. I saw a mysterious pretty girl, a strange room, but nothing else. Strange lights and ancient images. Well, the bottom one and I guess the top one are both probably correct. I'm gonna guess it's strange lights and ancient images. Strange lights, spirits, could be images from the early ages of the Angelo civilization. I see. There still are people like you who have the spirit of adventure. Colonel Mullen, what will you do with these two? You can't be thinking of... Yeah. And probably both, to be honest. Don't worry, Lean. Angelo's a major military secret. We'll keep them as informants. What? You're gonna take us away? I thought I could go home already. My dear, sorry, but you will never see your family again. Huh? No. You mean we're trapped for life? No, 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 no. Don't worry, Sue. The two of us can take care of these guys. My. But even if you escape here, there's still one trap ahead. You'll never escape the Salt Ruins. He. So, how do you plan to escape from me? Oh, Justin, whisper. Okay. Here it goes. It's sink or swim. Sue, let's go. Okay. Take that. Spin, round and round. Come, let's go, Sue. Ah, so that's how this works. Come back here. That's one way to defeat your enemies. Look, Justin, what's that? And the first boss of the game. A clay bird. Rock bird. I was close. Clay bird comes later. Okay. Nope. This one. We're gonna do puppy kick. And we're gonna do V slash. That's right. The room that spins will spun.
V slash.
Okay, so don't have. I'm gonna hit him with V slash again.
V slash.
We're gonna go ahead and. Yep, nice, canceled. This is probably the best I think I've ever done in this fight. I don't think this thing's gonna get a single turn. Easiest boss I think I've ever fought in any video game ever. What was that? That wasn't here. That wasn't there when we came. Yeah, that guy named Bullen said there was a trap. Think that was it? It doesn't matter. Anyway, let's get out of here. And I don't know how, but they somehow were right behind us. I can't believe it. They defeated the Rockbird too. Ha 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 ha. Colonel Mullen? Those guys are amazing. They managed to even escape me. Colonel blah 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 blah. Colonel Mullen. Shouldn't we chase them? Having a little information about the Angelo Sublation get out will not undermine our plans. Let him go. I respect his recklessness. What was the name of that boy? He said it was Justin. Justin, quite a character he is. I had fun for the first time in a while. Ha 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 ha. Alright, we got away. Hee hee. It wasn't a dream. I did have a great adventure. Yeah. Yeah, especially when the unwinnable fight, as soon as you win, it goes cutscene and it acts like you still lose. Like, oh, was it Sekiro that had a fight like that in it? I can't remember. I didn't play the game myself. It's just one of those things where I seem to recall that being the case. I think it was Sekiro. Yeah, where you try your best and you beat the guy at the very beginning, but then it goes, okay, well, you got him to 0 hit points. It doesn't matter. Still cutscene, and you still get your ass kicked in the cutscene, and we treat you as though you lost. Yeah, that's always a shame. At the same time, I mean, it kind of takes the I know there's some games like what was it Far Cry 3 maybe, where you sit down and right at the beginning of the game you have a conversation with effectively the big bad guy at the very beginning. But if you don't do anything other than like hang out there and talk to the guy or wait however long till he's finished with some business, he basically just sends you on your way, and like there it is, GG, game over, good job, you win. And then I think there was also like I think it was one of the Devil May Cry games where if you the first boss was supposed to be unbeatable, but if you did somehow manage to beat it through intense trial and error, then you beat the final boss of the game right then and there. Yeah, yeah. Just gonna walk past all these soldiers. Nothing to see here. Don't worry, I'm just a kid on my way out. Bye-bye. Ooh, okay. I guess there's nothing like an adventure to make you hungry. Come on, let's go home. All right. So we're back in Parm. What was this place? The ticket station. Okay. There we go. I think I need to. If I go in there, there's gonna be a cutscene, I think. So actually, I need to make my way to the docks because there is a where is the docks? Oh. No. Somewhere is the dock. There's actually a save point. This is where I'm trying to go. Here we go. Dock should be this way. Yeah, here we go. Save point. Alrighty. Well, that's gonna do it for today. Sounds good, Dorian. Glad you could join me today. Yeah, right at 10:30. Yeah. So I think it's gonna be time for a shower for me, and I'm gonna hit the hay. Nice. So it'll be what, 8:30 for you now? Yeah, sounds good. Like I said, I'll be see if I, here we go. If I can figure out how to exit the game. There we go. I will be loading up Monster Hunter Wilds here in, I guess what is probably about 11 and a half hours. If you're up and you want to hop on, I'd be happy to have you. If not, we can try and work something out at another time. Cool. That's it for me for tonight. And enjoy walking your dog. And I will see you next time. Take care, man. Take care, Trout. Bye.